There we go. Alright. All fixed. That was easy. Yeah, the program has like a backup function, so. It is all good. Alright, so for the Uchi we need 16 decks. I think we can just start as Assassin and then we can just get 2 dex levels. Spook is just too valuable. It's just so nice having that right off the rip. We'll start Black Firebomb. There's a work in progress path tracing mod for DS3. Oh, that's cool. Well, I first tried the Swordmaster. Yeah, the Swordmaster ain't gonna do shit. Actually, he might kill me, but... I'm trying to think, do any of these weapons need Titanite scale? Onakiri and Ubadachi, Uchi Katana, Black Blade are all Titanite. What is Chaos Blade? Chaos Blade is twinkly. I don't know if I'm gonna bother with Chaos Blade. It's gonna be kind of annoying because I'm gonna lose Lloyd's Sword Talisman. There's also the Washing Pole, which is Titanite. I feel like most of them are Titanite. I don't know if any of them are scale. Actually, Frayed Blade is Titanite scale. So I guess we do... If we want to use Frayed Blade, we should still... get some. Alright, let me start the timer. I am not gonna bother with Bloodlust. You know, on on old patch though, Bloodlust had a weapon swap glitch, which was really fucking good. Yeah. This guy's kind of tanky. Should stagger soon. There we go. What katana is this? Well, yeah, I guess we could have got the Uchi before we killed this guy. Not too worried about it, though. I just wanted to kill him for the Titanite scale. Yeah, invalid run. Why do I switch off clothing at random? It's not at random. I need to be below 30% weight ratio in the top right. So I can, when I roll, I go further. I mean, you don't need to, but it's nice for speed. I don't want to parry him. Can't parry that. That was the back rooms. I liked it. I feel like it was honestly too short. I kind of wish it was a bit longer. I liked it though. I don't know why I'm picking up this garbage. Bomb equals katana. Listen, I can't get a katana yet, alright, buddy? Am I planning on playing Mina? Maybe. I've heard it's good. I'm gonna buy the dagger. Guess I'll buy a torch. Buy the firebomb, prism stone, and the large leather shield.
Ashen one.
Yeah, I know, Ryu. We're gonna get the Uchi. I just wanted to do this first. In case I die to the sword guy. No mods for DS3, lame. What mods do you want? What do you even mean? Wait, I didn't. Oh my god, what am I doing? All right, I was giga distracted by chat. I didn't trade all the shit that I bought, dude. It's that one guy's fault, yeah. He stun locked me. I don't know if I'm gonna need this stuff, but might as well. Oh my god, might as well trade. Damn, bro, chill. Saw Lobos did a different strat for killing this guy before. Dude, what are you doing? Come on. What the? Yeah, that's the strat I normally do, but that kind of took forever. Alright, we got our first katana. We need 11 strength and 16 dex. I'm gonna grab this ember, even though I probably am not gonna need it. I always end up grabbing a bunch of embers, and most of the time it's not really necessary.
Well, I don't. Then take. Let these souls withdrawn from their vessels. Farewell, Ashen Maiden.
Yeah, we can get a katana from Madeir. I mean, I could rush Madeir. It's not too bad. Don't think I'm gonna need this bonfire, but grab it just in case. There's skip to get to him super early. No. Not really. I mean, it depends what you mean. There is a skip to Madeir, but you still have to kill demon princes regardless. This deathless? No. No, sir. It is so loud. Can ladder warp with the katana stance. That's true. That'll be nice. Man, I love I love how the rolls feel in Dark Souls 3. At least when you have light roll. Feels so nice. No controller cam today.
How you made to pay.
Do I plan on killing the queen in Bloodborne? I don't think I'm gonna do the Chalice dungeons. It's kind of annoying to get. The issue is getting the Ritual Blood 5 is a pain in the ass for the final Chalice. The glitch canners. I don't think that's what he meant. There's a mod which allows you to get all the materials. I see. Yeah, I don't know if you can do the false depth chalices on emulator. I guess you can. Maybe with a mod. Oh, that was good. It's still doing it. Oh my gosh, the damage. Damage was actually kind of insane. The boss has no moveset. What? Vort most definitely has a moveset. Oh yeah, what is the weapon art on this? Is it also unsheathed? I don't know if I've ever done the katana parries before. Could be cool to use on Pontiff. Excuse me? I love doing the plunge attack on the dogs there. It's oddly satisfying. Yeah, I guess if I can parry with the katana, I shouldn't do parries with the shield. I don't know if all katanas have... I think some katanas have different moveset though. Do I want the free level from the old dude? No, I can't be bothered with that shit. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna bother with Dark Drift. I mean, maybe it... I don't know, is Dark Drift... It's a cool katana. Just not sure if it's... I don't think it's late into the game at all. Pretty sure you can get it after... I think you just have to kill... Isn't it after Abyss Watchers that Yuria shows up or something? Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't planning on using Dark Drift. Yeah, it's really annoying maxing out Yol. You only have to suicide 5 times. Yeah, that's fucking annoying. Black Blade has a like a different R2 on it. I do kind of want to try. I think it's Black Blade that has the different R2. God damn it. Yeah, I could have sworn it's more than 5 deaths that you have to do. Also, I don't know if I'm offline on Steam. I might need to restart the game. Because otherwise I'm gonna get invaded by these fucking annoying people. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I'm not offline. Yeah. I'm restarting the game. Let them... No, I don't want to deal with the invasions. Well, the thing is, I'm not actually online in the game. Oh, it's not letting me go offline because of borderless gaming. Okay. Yeah, I'm not actually online in the game. It's just if you're online on Steam, I don't know why it's like this. It's really fucking jank, but if you are in online mode on Steam, then you get invaded in this game. If you're in offline mode, you don't get invaded. Think of Nems. Larks is here, chat.
There's a crotch cam.
No crouch cam. Just for the sponsor. Oh my god, what am I... Oh, he landed on the corner. That's awkward.
Were you also thinking thumbs?
Yes, I was thinking of them, so I got distracted. I played too much DS1. Fall down. Yeah, I need to get the Farron coal. Nice gravity katana, thank you. Dude, I'm getting fucking... How am I even alive right now? Yeah, I can put on the Silver Serpent Ring. I should have put it on already, I actually forgot. Oh, it's just this guy at least. You missed the Y luck times. The good old days of the ass to ass route. So I'm thinking we probably just like do Abyss Watchers. And get this twinkly.
Oh, it was.
How would I know it was a fake wall? I just guessed.
What?
Crazy how much Estus you can get like right away at the beginning of this game. All right. I'm gonna kill Stray Demon and grab the large shards up there. I think I'm just gonna upgrade the Black Blade to +10. Or I'm gonna like rush the Black Blade, maxing that one out. Yo, what's up, Noobist? How's it going, buddy? No way. It's not gonna actually... Damn, I should have quit out. I forgot that fucking kills you even with full health. I was spamming... I don't remember if you can spam like the triggers to reduce the damage. Damn, bro. I tried to dodge it, but I guess I was out of stamina. Guess I wasn't spamming fast enough. You hate that move so much. Yeah, I mean, I was ready for it, but I guess I either didn't dodge fast enough or I was out of stamina. Not sure which. It's bad RNG? No. Does he drop you earlier? I think so. Kinda scared now, dude. Grab. Predicting the future with the grab call. Yeah, I mean, it's... If you're in front of him, he loves to spam the grab. Because he knows that he'll fucking kill your ass if he hits you with it. I thought the Backrooms movie was alright. Alright, I'm gonna go get the Farron coal. And then... I forgot to light one of the bonfires before, so... It's my bad. I have to go back and do that. They already announced they're working on Backrooms too. Yeah, I heard. Do I plan to get Bloodlust? Fuck, no. I do not plan on farming my Covenant rank. Just spawn it in if you want. We never get to see it. Yeah. I don't know if it's really that great of a weapon anyways, but... Jesus. Fire destroyed me. Yeah, there was a glitch that let you apply the Bloodlust weapon art to like any weapon. And I did a run with that glitch. I think I used like double Morian blade with RTSR and Bloodlust weapon swap, and it was like absurd. I think I killed Frida in like 3 attacks or something.
Very then take. Farewell, Ashen One. Welcome. Very then take.
Well, each phase was like 3 attacks. I think I put it on YouTube. Maybe. I just want a little bit of health. We need to get the sharp infusion. There's one sharp gem I can get. Actually, we probably want to get multiple sharp gems. So I guess we can get the one that's after Abyss Watchers. And then we can also get the one that's on the way to Greatwood. Not sure where any other sharp gems are. Those are just the 2 that I know of because they were used in the speedrun. Hey Taknar, thank you for the 12 months. Damage is kind of ass. Okay, dude. Alright, I'm just face tanking everything. How am I? Oh my god, what am I doing? I just tried to crouch like it's fucking Elden Ring, bro. Well done. Alright, we're gonna do Abyss Watchers, and then we can go down to the lake. And we can also get the Black Blade from the... I think it's from the Mimic, right? Probably isn't going to be the best fight with a +3 katana. There's the greed. There's the greed. Yeah, the damage is pretty ass. You know what? I'm actually gonna go kill... I'm gonna go kill Greatwood. Dude, Abyss Watchers is... in my opinion, I think Abyss Watchers is like one of the harder fights early on. That fight in the speedrun is such a pain in the ass, like genuinely. Tree is the hardest, dude. Greatwood gets destroyed. You just have some charcoal pine bundles. I thought I was gonna bonk the wall there for a moment. Get the washing pole with the ashes that give charcoal resin. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if the washing pole is better. Yeah, we can't get the dual blades for a while though. That's in the Grand Archives. This fight should be pretty chill, surely. The +3 katana. The game is too loud. I could turn it down a bit. Dude, no way I miss all those. Like, no fucking way. Unbelievable. Yeah, because we can buy the... Oh wait, no, it's the Easterner's Ashes. Yeah, no, we don't have those yet. We can't get the washing pole. Alright. Whatever, I'm just gonna buy all this stuff. Also, email Becky, Sheba Playa, Taknar, Ogrim, Nietzsche Enjoyer, Do the Right Thing, Jackie B, Mr. Haddington, thank you for all the resubs, guys. We're not there. We're not very far into DS3. We've done Greatwood, Gundyr, and Vort. Right? Combo. Nice. Well, Bleed used to be really strong, and then they nerfed it. It's still okay, though, on some fights. bad. All right. Not the best fight, but good enough. I guess we could have tried to parry him with the katana. That might have been cool. Oh, I almost didn't get that guy. I give up. I don't remember the setup. Ah, come on, man. Bro. Chill, man. I'm sorry. These skeletons are so dangerous. And these lag spikes are so weird. Be back in 1 sec. Nice peaceful room, yeah. Well, damage is still pretty good. Damn it. Oh my god. No crotch cam today. It was just for the sponsor. I know you loved it. We're only at +3 right now. Hey, Nexi, Electric Callboy, Cappuccino, thanks for the subs, guys. Thank you very much. Look at that door. I'm gonna go back and level up a little bit because I'm scared of losing all these souls. It would be pretty bad. I've had that happen like once before. It's shouldn't really ever happen, but still kind of scary.
Ashen 1.
Well, very then take.
Alright, we're just gonna pump decks.
Farewell, Ashen One.
We're gonna get the black blade and then we'll upgrade that to +7, I think. And then we could go do early dancer. What's up, QQ? How'd your runs go yesterday? Am I dead? The mimic coming? Bro, what are you doing? What the fuck is that? Wake up. Dude, get down here. He killed the mimic? Oh my god. Am I dead? Kind of scared me, man. Yeah, if you bring the demon down in this pit here, the skeletons can solo him. Sometimes he'll kill them though. Yeah, the mimic can solo him. It's just, again, it's kind of RNG. I wasn't planning on getting Dark Drift. Thing is, it is kind of a pain getting the materials for all the different lizards, or from all the different lizards, and upgrading so many weapons is definitely a pain in the ass. You can buy the materials, it's just so fucking expensive. Do I know by heart where all the materials are? More or less. I mean, I know where to get the materials to upgrade, like, one weapon. But when it comes to getting, like, all the materials in the game, potentially, then no. You need 18 strength for this thing.
Well, very then take. Farewell, Ashen One.
Which is what?
Alright, we got our sharp black blade plus 7. Plus 142 damage.
Well, then take. Farewell, Ashen Maiden.
Ashen.
And buy some bleed resin. I mean, we have like all the different kinds of resins at the moment. Alright, we're gonna go do early dancer now. I think we'll get plus 10, and then maybe we rush Madeir for the Frayed Blade. Frayed Blade has... yeah, it's 40 dex requirement. It's pretty high. I only have 14 vigor, though. I'm probably gonna get one shot. By some attacks. Definitely by the grab attack. Wow, 800, damn. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Summer Games Fest. I'm just hoping we get some cool announcements. I think there will be some good stuff. A lot of stuff I don't care about as well, but that's kind of the nature of the beast. That is game shows. Oh, now it's special guest Kojima. True. Oh, we got 2 bleed procs. That's quite good. What is the weapon art on this? That's also the same. Okay. What's up, Craig? Am I gonna get the Bloodborne Katana early? Well, we could either cheat it in, or we can rush Logarius. We can get to Logarius if we kill... We have to do Gascoigne, BSB, Witches, and then Logarius, and we can get it. Have you played Bloodborne before, Domo? Bloodborne's great, man. The Chikage is a cool weapon. The only thing that kind of sucks about the Chikage is that... Like the blood form scales, well, first off, the blood form drains your health, and then secondly, it scales with your blood tinge, which is not great, honestly. Well, the main issue is it's really hard to get... There's no, like, good blood gems in the base game. There's one single good blood gem. And apart from that, there really isn't any. Physical gems also increase blood damage. Yeah, that's true. Lies of throwables. Yeah, consumables and lies of P are so stupid. I hope they tone them down in the second game. Bro, what are these lag spikes in this game? PC is cooked. Hey buddy, just chill out. Just grabbing all the upgrade materials here. Oh. How many chunks do we have? 7? Alright, well, we need to go towards Osiris. I'm just gonna level up my decks a bit more. No, I'm not farming blood gems.
Well, very then take.
Let these souls
I'm gonna get a bit of health so I don't get one shot by the insta charge. I mean, I think we have plenty for now. No, I'm not doing Queen Yarnum. I mean, I could, but the thing is, I'm planning on playing Bloodborne on emulator, and it's the chalices are kind of annoying to do when if you can't access online stuff. Yeah, the chalices are kind of boring anyways. I agree. I mean, there is cool stuff in the chalices. It's just kind of tedious getting through them. Oh my god. This got shit on. Please don't hit me through the wall.
You ignorant slaves. Finally taken notice, have you? Of the power of my beloved Ocelot, child of dragons. Well, I will not give him up. For he is all that I have.
And this damage is kind of ass. I mean, I could have upgraded to +8, I guess. We are getting a lot. Oh, nice. I love this attack. Did it again. Am I gonna get another one? Any bonus games? No. BioShock Katana only. Yeah. Haven't done that one before. Hey, Lankenstein, thank you for the 74 months. No, we didn't finish the new RV there yet, map yet. Bro, I forgot the gesture. Fuck, dude. What am I doing, man? I didn't even grab the bonfire in Osiris. Arena. What is wrong with me? Wait, did I light it? I don't know. I was just reading chat. I've played these games so much that I just kind of go on autopilot sometimes. Unfortunately, it failed me there. Oh no, you're right. I do have Osiris. No, we didn't do ODK yet. We're just trying to rush our weapon to +10 right now. Yeah, my plan for this run is to go for the frayed blade. The frayed blade is really cool, and so we got to kill Madeira for that. I could have just grabbed the gesture and teleport out. I kind of want to level up a little bit.
Ashen.
Rushing DLC, yeah, basically.
Welcome. Very then take.
Let these souls withdraw.
Farewell, Ashen One.
157.
Jeez, what?
Alright, I mean, the damage is pretty good. It's like 400 damage. Not bad. I forgot to use the extra Estus shard. Whatever. Yeah, we need to get enough Titanite scale for that. We could technically buy the Titanite scale, but I think it's better just to do it this way. Yeah, I'll probably just rush Logarius. I think that's my plan. So if you slowly walk up here, you can only aggro one of these guys, which makes it a lot easier. Oh yeah, that damage is so good. The Charger 2 does quite a lot of damage. I keep rolling this way too early. Can Logarius be the first boss you fight with the Forbidden Wood skip? No, because the thing is, there isn't any way to get... You can't go backwards through the Forbidden Woods. Unfortunately. Because the password door is shut. You know, funny enough, there's a death cam that you can do close to the start of Forbidden Woods. And we tried to do that to skip backwards through that door. But unfortunately, it doesn't work. Oh, I could try to parry with this. I'm probably going to get myself killed. I wonder, does the katana parry work the same? Is it, like, can you backwards parry with it? I don't know. Oh, you can. Damn you, dude. I do not have much stamina. Nice. Yeah, I'm just use this skill with Shield of Want. Yeah. I mean, I don't want Shield of Want on anyways. I just have it for the soul boost.
Welcome. Very then hate.
Let these souls withdrawn from their
Don't really get that much damage going past 40 with this weapon, surprisingly.
Retreating till darkness beyond the reach of flame.
let them assume your names.
Farewell, Ashen One. Welcome. I'll have the
Well, I want to get the frayed blade. I think I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna upgrade this thing to +10. Am I gonna watch the Xbox thing Sunday? I don't know what that means. I'm watching Summer Games Fest on Friday, though. Yeah, my plan was to just get +10 Black Blade and then rush the frayed blade.
What?
Just gonna buy some more Homeward Bones. I don't have any more bone shards. Alright. I think we go to the DLC now. How many Titanite scales? We have 9. I think we need to get 6 more. want to parry. I wasn't ready though. My gosh.
Cleanse the bastard's curse.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to bully Crystal Sage. Or alternatively, you can bully Abyss Watchers. If you go for a Titanite scale or a Twinkly weapon, you can do Abyss Watchers with like a maxed out weapon. It's like one-shot them with some weapons. Pretty fun. I kind of want to get the Estus Shard and the Lloyd Sword Ring. I might not do Deacons yet. I kind of want to do Deacons with the Frayed Blade. But I do want to get the stuff that's here. We could do the skip as well. What the? Yeah, the cube is kind of weird. I agree. I'm still excited for the game, though.
Cleanse the bastard's curse.
Oh, wait a sec. Forgot the skip is up here. Alright, let's go, Gale.
Thank you. They of ash never fail. Just a moment, then. The painting of Ariandel. Well, rotted scrap of it, that is. Go on. Take it. Touch it.
Do I have Pontiff Ring? No. Not yet. I want to do Madeir now. So I'm going to kill Frida and then go to the DLC and do Demon Princes. I can also get the Silver Serpent Ring +3 and the Ring of Steel Protection +3. Why early Madeir? Because I want... Actually, I just realized I need to do something before it's too late. I want to get his weapon. I need to give him the boss, like the boss weapon guy, the whatever the item's called. Bro. He just canceled my Homeward Bone with his dialogue. What the hell? Yeah, the transposing kiln. So if I don't give it to him, then I'm gonna screw myself later on. I should probably get the Sunlight Straight Sword as well. I want to min-max my damage. Oh man, I miss Silk Song, dude. DLC is gonna be so good. DLC will be a full-blown game released in 2032. Jeff was teasing the DLC. Oh yeah. Honestly, it was kind of crazy though how they just announced Silk Song. They're like, hey, the game's coming out in a month or like a few weeks. It was like... It was so soon. Alright guys, it's time for the skip. Come on. Oh, first try? Nice. Yeah, it's kind of insane how much of this DLC you can skip. And it's so easy to do now. Because if you wanted to do it before, you had to do Wilhelm skip, which was kind of a nightmare. But now, you can just use the ladder that's right next to the boss fight. I mean, you even get teleported back to the, basically, this, like, entrance when you quit out. You can even, like, skip the bonfire.
As ashes will be, ever seeking fire.
Alright, we're gonna go back to Firelink real quick, though, and get one more heal. I wanted to do this before, but then I got distracted. Yeah, we have one shard and one bone shard.
What?
Ashen.
I can get one more level.
Then take
Oh, never mind.
farewell, Ashen.
Thanks, Skirt. Guess we'll use... I mean, I feel like Bleed Grease is good because the weapon already does bleed.
Please, my flail, right away. Bring Frida to me, please. Canst thou not see the flame flickering once again? Soon will it surge. I can see it, feel it.
Fret not, Father. We have no need of thy flail. 'Tis only the flame quivering at misguided ash. Please avert thine eyes. I will snuff out these ashes for good.
Come on. I really thought I would have gotten a bleed by now. Did I even proc a single bleed there? Maybe I got one and I didn't notice. I thought Frida could be bled pretty easily. We could parry her with the katana, but I don't really know. I don't really know her parry timings. Frida is kind of like scuffed to parry. Oh, we got a bleed proc there. Damn you, Frida. I'll just let her heal. Bleed proc. Oh, there we go. Nice. Hey, thanks, Skull Crusher. How much absorption does this give me? Gives me 15% damage reduction. Yeah, they nerfed the lasers slightly. What is this item? God, it's so loud, bro. Holy shit. Alright, well, once we kill Demon Princes, then we can do Madeir, and then we can get our Frayed Blade. Oh, come on, I thought I had that. Ow. Fuck, dude. It's fucking so over, dude. All right. Bro, I was so close on the first attempt, man. Fuck, and now I can't do it, dude. No! I can't see! I can't see anything! Alright, we got this. Lock in. Nem, shut the fuck up. It's over. It's fucking over. Oh no. Nems is here. He's cursing me. The skip is a lot easier on keyboard mouse, actually. But I mean, on controller, it's fine too. Where is this fucking guy that... Why are you being such a fucking rat? Like, dude, I'm just fucking sliding out. my god, we did it. Woohoo! That was rough. We were so close to getting it first try, and then it just all went to shit. I don't know if bleed grease is really what I want to use here. That's gonna hit me. The iframes. What the fuck is this copy pasta? He procced bleed pretty easily there. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, and still got their riposte. That was good. Oh, the fucking game crash classic. Good old Dark Souls 3. To be fair, I should have the crash fix exe. I think the crash fix one didn't work with like the mod I was using before, so. Yeah, if you're doing a speedrun of this game, your game is basically always gonna crash like at least once. If you're doing like a proper speedrun, it'll crash like one time. If it's like if it's a long run, it can sometimes crash twice even. Will I ever go back to GDQ? Probably not. I mean, I don't know. I don't really care for doing runs at GDQ. It's fun. I still like... I mean, maybe I would go to GDQ, but I don't know if I would submit any runs. Get the outfit under the stairs. What outfit is under the stairs? Deleted all of his accounts after that video. He deleted his accounts? Oh, this fucking skip again. Oh wait, I just realized I have like 300,000 souls, man. Fuck, I probably should have leveled up. No, what? Hold on. This fucking skeleton needs to chill out. Okay. Alright, I can't use resin because of the skip, but yeah, but gold pine resin is still good on him. Oh, come on, man. fuck. Dude, what? Oh, I thought he... Okay. Dude, what is this? What is this? He's griefing me so hard right now. And then oh my god. All right. Well, I could do the other skip right now, but I don't want to lose 500,000 runes or souls, so I'm gonna...
Ashen 1.
I'm gonna get the frayed blade now. We need to pick up some more Titanite scales, though. Here it is.
I took the man.
Ashen 1.
What? Pretty, but
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna go to Lothric Castle.
Then hey. Let these souls withdrawn from their vessels, manifestations of disparity, elucidated by
You know what? I'm gonna get the sunlight
retreating to darkness beyond
Sunlight straight sword. I can never remember what the stat requirements are. I need 16 faith for this thing. 12 strength, 12 dex.
farewell, Ashen Mate.
Yeah, I do need more endurance. It's honestly absurd that resistance is even a stat in Dark Souls 1. That's so stupid. Dark Souls 4. I hope not. Honestly, I hope they announce like a new IP. Oops. Dustbloods is a new IP, yeah, but Dustbloods isn't a Souls game. It's a multiplayer PvP game. At least from what we know. How the fuck are you aggroing on me? Alright, +5. Sunlight Straight Sword lets me buff myself. With it's basically Golden Vow. And we buffed the Firekeeper. I think it's the same as Sacred Oath, it's just easier to get. And it's extra damage. Yeah, there's no point in really using the Infinite Homeward Bone when they only cost 500 each. You just buy 20 for like 10k souls and you're just good for the rest of the game. I don't know if the Frayed Blade is going to be very good on, I don't have the Coiled Sword. Hold on. Do I have magic grease? I guess fire will do. Yeah, the black blade's a lot better for this. Well, we can't bleed this guy, so it's like... Oh my god, the lag. Why not Frayed Blade? Because it's worse on that fight. If there's a fight that we can bleed, the Frayed Blade's gonna be really, really good. We could also get the Onakiri now, if we wanted to. Right. Can't go in here. All right, let's go do deacons. Weapon arts in this game are kind of underwhelming, but the Frayed Blade is actually pretty good. It applies so much bleed buildup. If you could tumble buff the Frayed Blade, it would probably be like kind of insane. Oh, can you headshot Gale with the Onakiri? Maybe we should get that then. It could be fun. Actually, I shouldn't use. God, I don't have any mana flasks. I don't want to use too much of my mana. Goodbye. Holy weeb. Yes, sir. And you also have Moonveil, but purple. Oh, no way. I just messed that up. Damn it, dude. Good fight, yeah. Gauntlets. Alright, controller skip. Whoa, that was almost good. There we go. It's honestly not that bad to do on controller. It's definitely not consistent like keyboard mouse, but Pontify doesn't work with the multi-weapon art. That's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. I'm not sure if... I don't know what katana would be best for Yorm. Well, I'm not going to use the Storm Ruler. Probably just use the Black Blade with, like, human pine resin. I don't know if you can bleed Yorm. I don't... Maybe you can. Alright, I'll try to parry him. Oh, heck yeah. Dude, the damage, my god. Die. I thought the R2 would have been enough. I mean, if we want to upgrade Onakiri and Ubadachi, whatever it's called, we need to... I think we just need Titanite. So we'll pick up the Eastern's Ashes, and then we can get the other ash, the Dragon Catcher Ashes or something like that. This ash we just picked up also gives us the washing pole. I don't know if I'm going to bother with the washing pole, though. I don't really care for it. Not sure if I've actually used Onakiri in this game. Dropped by Blackhand Kamui. Actually, oh, is that like one of the it's dropped by one of the NPCs before the elevator? Running the other way, yeah. I was kind of spacing out. Alright, what's the damage gonna be like here? It's not bad. Nice. Alright, let's go to Yorm. Once we kill Yorm, we can get into the Grand Archives, I think. Yeah, Chikage is pretty good. Thing is, though, it's best just to use the Chikage in its, like, non-blood form. You want to be, like, optimal. At least on a fresh character. If you're in New Game Plus, Chikage is better in the blood, like it could be good in the blood form if you have the gems for it. Oh, you know what? The Blackblade R2 is actually going to be really good for Yorm fight. Yeah, I know I have a lot of souls. It's fine. Honestly, I don't really need many more level ups at this point, since it's primarily just dex scaling weapon. Getting some more endurance would be nice. Maybe some more health. Ugh. Need to be closer. Oh man, this might be a problem. Oh, there we go. Okay. You really have to have like a good angle. Get the head hits with this. You can get the washing pole. There's the head hit. Ah, damn. Oh my god, I can't fucking hit his hand. There we go. Alright, I think we're gonna get, yeah, we're gonna get teleported out now. Yeah, the damage was alright. Could be a bit better. Good enough. Why skip cutscene? It's just a cutscene of me teleporting, man. That's okay. You'll be alright without the cutscene.
Well, then let these souls withdrawn from their vessels, manifestations of farewell, Ashen.
Yeah, let's go get the weapon. Go get the weapon, and then we need to go to need to go to Archdragon. What the fuck is Nameless King's area? Dude, I'm so bad with names. What's Nameless King's area called? Archdragon Peak. Okay, I was like I thought that's what it was, but then I was thinking to myself, am I mixing it up with something else? No, we didn't do Gale yet. We still have to do Half-Light and Gale and Grave Tender. And then we have a few other side bosses, but we're pretty close to the end of DS3. We probably got like another 30 minutes, maybe an hour tops. Well, I'm not 25 hours into Dark Souls 3. Give me your loot. I'm gonna kill the mage too, just for the hell of it. Wow. Good. Yeah, Convergence mod is super good. There's a big update for Elden Ring Convergence mod coming out soon. I'm pretty excited for that. I don't know when it's soon. Hopefully this month. I think I won't first try Princess. Well, I just wanted to get my mana back, if you're talking about me teleporting back to the bonfire. And I activated the elevator in case I die to the NPCs. Not really too worried about this fight.
Oh dear. Another dogged contender. Welcome, unkindled one. Purloiner of cinders. Mind you, the mantle of Lord interests me none. The fire-linking curse, the legacy of lords, let it all fade into nothing. You've done quite enough. Now have your rest.
Nice dodge. So greedy.
Lothric's prince. Rise if you would, for that is our curse.
Oh my god, what am I doing? How much does this attack do? That's okay. Hold on, I gotta put on my soul gear. Alright, we're gonna go do Nameless. Where the hell did I get this shield from? Is there any good weapon you should use? It's your first playthrough. I mean, most of the weapons in the game are good. If you want to really be OP, use Leto's Great Hammer. There's chunks here. got stuck. It's too far away. God damn it. Should be good. That is like my favorite skip in this game. It is just this area is so horrible. Like back when we used to speedrun this game and the strat wasn't a thing, you would just get here and you'd just lose your runs to the chain snake killing you on the ladder. There's nothing you can do. Yeah, we don't need to fight Havel. We're gonna upgrade the Onakiri now, though. I mean, I don't really care about tail cuts that much. It's a cool mechanic, but... I think FromSoft removed the tail cut mechanic because they didn't want people constantly trying to chop off every enemy's butt.
What? Right.
13 strength.
Well, very that heck. Let these souls withdrawn.
This weapon actually scales with strength quite a lot.
Farewell, Ashen.
I mean, we can make it sharp.
What?
Oh wait, we didn't pick up the other sharp gem. Well, let me go get a sharp gem. Does the best damage on infused at 40/40. Yeah, I just don't have the stats for that right now, so... My gosh.
That is what. Pretty.
All right. Let's see what this is like. I mean, I imagine this weapon is good with Pontiff's right eye. Kind of like the twin blades. Can also buff it. Seems pretty good. Yeah, we're doing the DLC. Well, we already did parts of the DLC. Yeah, dancer swords are pretty bad. It's the second weapon you get. What are we talking about? No, like Dancer's swords from like Dancer, the boss. You still have to be Greatwood to get the weapon, and most people are not gonna kill Dancer early. It's not really intended. Also, how early you get a weapon in the game has no relevance to its strength. The L1 on this weapon is kind of slow. Oh, come on. Not bad. I mean, like, you get Vort's Great Hammer and that weapon's fucking amazing. And you get that right at the beginning. Like, honestly, all the weapons in the game are pretty good. Well, like, weapon strength in the Souls games is not really determined by when you get it. Like, to some degree, I guess. Like, DLC weapons can be pretty strong, but... alright. Let's go... I guess we could do... Brave Tender. Dude, my game crashed again. No fucking way. Twin blades? It's not twin blades, man. It's a dual katana.
What? Ready?
Well, very then hey. Farewell, Ashen Maid.
Actually, I should have got more strength instead of stamina. That's okay. Oh, I thought I was gonna get bounced off to my death there. Fall so far, yeah. Spook is crazy, man. I love Spook. You don't like this boss? Yeah, me too. Scared of my weapon art. Dude. Stop fucking rolling, man. Oh, the bleed procs. Okay. The armor set back here that you wanted me to grab? I don't know if I can use this. This shit like super heavy. Well, we could try to do the skip here. This might not go well. We can try though. Might as well kill the summoning guy, but if I die, he's just gonna respawn. So it's pointless. I really don't want to run through this area normally. The skip is kind of toxic though. Oh, I landed too, but then I got hit by the fire. Bro, you've been asking that question constantly. I am pretty sure I already answered your question. Convergence mod is my favorite mod. That's what I said before. Oh, damn it. This jump is so fucking, like, finicky. don't think rolling into the wall makes any difference. It's just the angle that you jump. Okay, blue surf. I mean, I'll try. I don't... Bro, I hate this strat so much. Fuck's sakes. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. God damn it, dude. Oh, it was too far left. Oh, it was too far left. That's not, it didn't work. It's okay. That should be good. Oh, right. I already have this. What am I doing? I can't equip my fucking armor because this guy's... I'm just gonna wait for him to stop talking. That's my move. Trying to think if we have any other side bosses left, but I'm pretty sure I think we just have Gale and then Soul of Cinder, unless I'm forgetting something. Yeah, apparently I can use this weapon to like perma-stun Gale, I think, or something. I'll be right back. No Estus heal Gale. Oh, I don't know if I can do that one. I mean, I probably could. Why can't I use... Wait, do I still have... Why can't I use resin? Hmm.
Really, no. Help me, please. The Red Hood.
I mean, I can try to do it without healing, but... If I get really low, I'm gonna heal. Probably gonna fuck up. Okay, Podmaster, sure.
Hand it over, that thing, your dark soul. For my lady's painting.
I mean, I think we might be able to cheese him. We can, like, hit him in the head. With the weaponer, but I don't know. I don't know if it's only in, like, phase 2 or... Is that it? Double.
Is this the blood? The blood of the dark soul.
Dude, that, like... I'm cooked. Like, I'm just... I'm fucking dead, bro. Honestly, Gale has so much shit in phase 2 where, like... Gale has so much shit in phase 2 where I just don't know... I don't know how to dodge it consistently. I guess you probably want, like... You probably need light roll. Bro. This is the attack. This is the attack where I don't know how to avoid it without taking damage sometimes. Like sometimes you just get lucky and like you don't take any damage. But the thing is, like, I want to punish him. Does this thing have bleed? It does. Let's try the bleed grease. Oh, we did get a bleed proc. Oh, come on, dude. The recovery time on that fucking animation was so long. Oh yeah, let me try to go for the head hits. Well, that was great. Like, it's just already fucking over, bro. I don't know how I'm supposed to hit this guy in the head with this fucking thing. Headshots with the L2 in phase 3 set up a riposte. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I'm supposed to headshot this guy. I guess maybe I need to do it unlocked. I'm trying to do it without healing because somebody said he'd gift 100 subs if I did. But honestly, I never learned how to like do this fight no damage. Like in the speedrun, you just take damage sometimes, like you want to tank. No way you do the follow-up there, man. Fuck off. Yeah, it's just like, it's just the skull attack that I don't really know how to, like, avoid. That was so much more delayed than I expected. Yeah, guys, I don't think this is gonna happen, man. I'm just too... Come on. Oh my god. I fucked up so bad there. We did it! Oh shit. That made me a little nervous. Yeah, I forgot about the vanishing attack too. I was panicking a little bit there. Alright. Let's go finish the game, shall we? He's gonna vanish from the chat. I trust him. Chatter gone. The thing is, doing that fight without healing is so awkward for me, especially because, like, I'm used to doing the fight with all this, like, you actually want to tank. You kind of want to, like, face tank some attacks in some cases. Like, taking a bit of damage on that fight is fine.
Noble lords of Cinder, the fire fades. And the lords go.
Yo,
without
Podmaster. He's a man of his word. I gifted subs earlier during the stream the other day, so honestly, if it was somebody else, I don't know if I would have taken their word for it.
to the true heir.
Yeah, thank you very much, man. I wonder which ending the branch is gonna give us.
Let her grant death
Branch, you'll see.
to the old gods of Lordran, deliverers of the first flame.
Kill him in 25 seconds. I don't think that's happening with my current build. Yeah, we killed everything else, guys. I'm gonna go for Frayed Blade. Hit me. Damn, stop kicking me, dude. Alright guys, so to decide the ending of the game for the Firekeeper, we will use the Young White Branch. Oh no. It's grave every time. No, it's not. I do wonder what the chances are, though. I think the last time we got the gravestone and then I actually messed up killing her. Yeah, we're gonna do Bloodborne after this. Bloodborne should be pretty fast. EU viewers? Yeah, I know. Sorry. I started my stream really late today because I woke up and my fucking
First
power
flame
was out
quickly
today.
fades. Darkness will shortly settle.
Yeah, my auto pay on my electric bill got canceled because they like switched to a different service and
But one
I hadn't
day,
paid my fucking electric bill in
tiny
like 3
flames will
months and they
dance across the
turned off my
darkness.
power.
Like embers linked by Lord's Pass.
How'd you not know? Because they only sent it in the paper mail, bro. I was like, I thought I would have gotten like an email or something because they have my email. Like, I'm pretty sure I like signed up through the. I don't know, man. Streamer behavior. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't really worry about my bills because I have everything set up on auto pay. Yeah, I just didn't notice.
Nameless, accursed undead, unfit even to be cinder. And so it is that Ash...
Well, I still check my mailbox, but there's never anything useful in there. But yeah, they send me like mail saying that they changed their like auto pay system. Accept the bill, yeah. But that's what I mean though, like dude, sometimes I'll go through like so much mail and it's just all fucking useless. Jury duty arrives by mail. Yeah, that's true. God. Jury duty sucks. Alright, I'm gonna go get some water. And then, yeah, Bloodborne is up next, chat. Alright. It is time for Bloodborne. Goodbye, Dark Souls 3. Alright, so I think we're gonna get the Katana legit. We only have to beat 4 bosses for it. Doing early Logarius might be a little scary, but could be doable.
Oh, yeah. Pale blood. Well, you've come to the right place. Yharnam is the home of blood ministration. You need only unravel.
And it's not
its
full
mystery.
Katana only run. Yeah, but
But where's an outsider like yourself to begin?
that's okay. I mean, none of the games have been like true Katana only except for Elden Ring, I guess. So you can actually start with it.
First, you'll need a contract.
And Sekiro, well, yeah, Sekiro's a given, obviously. Obviously, dude. Alright, what are the stat requirements for Chikage? 12 blood tinge, 10 strength, 14 skill. Honestly, military veteran is probably still the best. Well, actually, we don't need so much strength. Just trying to figure out which one is the least wasted points. Because we don't really need, we only need 10 strength, but this one has two extra points in arcane. I think Lone Survivor might actually be our best choice. $30 FPS? No. No monstrosity, no, I can't be bothered. Alright. Let's do it. Also, we have like not updated the death counter at all. I don't know how many times I didn't die too many times in DS3, but I don't think I added a single death during DS3.
Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry. Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
What's up, Hope? Thank you for the 59 months. I'm on emulator because Larks is using my PS5, my 60 FPS PS5. DS3 took 26 hours. Yeah, you know, I'm getting old, man. Dark Souls 3 is hard. Yeah, we got lost in Fahrenheit.
Ah, you found yourself a hunter.
All right. Is the game too loud? I can turn it down if it is. Alright, come here, Mr. Wolfie. Oh, I thought we were gonna get perfect RNG. Come on. No, don't fucking run into the tombstones. Ugh. What is this? We're doing a skip. Except it's not gonna work. Oh, he did it from such a bad angle. Yeah, I couldn't have quit out there. I basically just had to die. Well, that's just how it goes sometimes. The skip is pretty bullshit. Like, I mean, oh no. Why is this happening? Oh, row. This isn't supposed to happen. So weird. I wonder... Hold on. I mean, this shouldn't be happening. Okay. Maybe the mod wasn't, like, installed correctly. Yeah, no, I mean, I do have the mod. That's why I was surprised. Because I've never had that, like, glitch before. I know Larksa was having that issue, though, when she was playing on the emulator. The thing is, I did a bunch of Bloodborne rando a while back, and I didn't have any issue. God, this fucking wolf is so stupid, man. Holy shit. Okay, this should work, I think. Maybe. No, not jail. Don't put me in jail. Dude, I'm getting so fucked by this wolf. He's just fucking grabbing at such a bad angle. Like I can't get it. Please, come on. This is the one. Come on, fucking move. Dude. It's gonna get stuck. Come on, please. For the love of God, move! Getting bored? Well, nobody's making you watch, buddy, alright? This is actually crazy. This is like the worst RNG I've had here in a while. I don't even... He's probably gonna do it now. Am I even gonna survive this? And then he does the fucking short grab. You've gotta be kidding me, dude. This is unfucking believable. Cookie, why have you done this? Dude, fucking grab me! Oh my god! He just won't do it. It's like unbelievable. Okay, I'm feeling good about this one. Please do it. Yes, yes. No, no. Oh, come on. You are fucking... Dude. Okay. I think we're good. Oh, finally. So we need to go to Kaner's castle if we want to get... We want to get the Chikage, the Katana. We are going to be working our way there. My God. Should have grabbed the Molotov cocktails. I'm not bothering with that guy. I can come back and grab that later if I need to. Thing is, there's a lot of... we're gonna need a good amount of twin shards. I guess we can buy some with insight, though. I don't really want to RNG this. Man, this guy's tanky as fuck. I think that guy would one-shot me if he hits me with his jump attack while I'm climbing the ladder. So you get, like, counter hit. Game's a bit loud. Yeah, I can turn it down more if it's still too loud. Can barely hear you like always. Okay, dude. Yeah, I mean, Bloodborne is a pretty loud game in general. We have to kill a few bosses before we can get the Katana. Yeah, we need to get enough bloodstone shards as well. We're gonna need 32 bloodstone shards. I mean, if we kill Amelia, we can get more, but I am gonna have to make sure to pick up, like, all the bloodstone shards that I know of. Why don't we mod it in? Because I want to get it legit. I don't know. I don't know, man. I just prefer doing it that way. Cheating's only allowed for DS1. I didn't cheat in DS1. What are you talking about? Cheating right now, it's not a katana. I can't get a katana yet, okay? Going as fast as I can. Ooh, you know what? I just realized I forgot. PS3 took 4 hours. Yeah. Well, more like 3.5, I think. I don't think Eileen is going to be here anymore because we already went to Forbidden Woods. Yeah. It's the only thing that kind of sucks about doing the Forbidden Woods skip. Like, it's probably better for me not to come here instantly. It's okay. We're at the worst souls now? You mean the best? Why is DS3 before Bloodborne? Because I wanted it to be. What are all these questions? There'll be a new Souls game at Summer Game Fest. I mean, I doubt it, but I hope so.
Beasts all over the shop. You'll be one of
Well, this is where speedruns die because you need a good time. You don't really die to the boss.
What's that smell? The sweet blood. Oh, it sings to me. It's enough to make
Watch this damage, chat. Oh. Yeah, if you hit him with an if you hit him with the oil urn and then you backstab him and Molotov, you can do like so much damage. It's like 700 damage with the Molotov. Yeah, Beast Blood Pellet is basically just gives you increasing damage the more the bar fills up. When the bar is maxed, you do like double damage. It's pretty stupid. Honestly, I love playing Bloodborne. The weapons are so fun to use. Yeah, we're just coming over here for some bloodstone shards. Come on, Kobe. Aw. Almost got him with a good one. It was almost good. Alright, we have 20 bloodstone shards. We need 12 more. How many twin shards do we have? 2? Okay. We're gonna need to pick up more in Forbidden Woods. I think my plan is to just use a +6 for Logarius. Maybe +5 would be better, depending on how many twin shards we need.
This. Beast. There must be Oodle. I bid you farewell.
Very good. Man, it's so hard to do some of these jumps on 60 FPS. Is Bloodborne 2 coming soon? I don't think so. I don't think I'm doing chalices on this run. Why didn't I use the mod that lets you start with Chikage? Because I wanted to get it legit.
You are a skilled hunter, adept, merciless, half-cut with blood.
Does the gate skip? Yeah. So. The gate skip lets me not kill Amelia. Which is nice. Where am I going? 23 shards. What does this guy drop? Bloodstone shards? 26. We need 3 more bloodstone shards. I'm actually not sure where I should get them. I don't have a katana yet, alright? I'm sorry. Alright, now we just gotta kill witches, and we gotta kill Logarius.
Hello, and eat. Very well.
Oh, yeah, we need 12 blood tinge. I guess we don't need the blood tinge yet, though. I need to go through the Forbidden Woods. Isn't there a chalice that gives you the sword? Maybe. But regardless, even if there was a chalice, I would still need to kill 4 chalice bosses with the Saw Cleaver to get to the false steps. And I don't know if I can do false step chalices on emulator. It depends, Zeke. It's stable for me, but I know some people have had issues with it. I'm just on shard collectathon duty right now. I think there's one more up here. Slightly more exciting than Elden Ring setup. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any other twin shards here. No, I don't really care about the chunk. I don't know, there's more twin shards at the start of Forbidden Woods, but there's quite a few on the way to Witches. So I think we'll have enough. I'm gonna do this though, just for fun. Nice. Man, the quitouts are so fast. So nice.
Welcome. What? Very well. Farewell, good hap.
+4 damage. Upgrading a non-katana. Dude, I need a good weapon to kill Logarius. Guy's a menace. Alright, we're gonna go pick up the Canehurst summons. Oh yeah, guys. Kind of useless advice, but if you're ever playing Bloodborne, don't pick up these bullets. Because they actually don't do anything if you pick them up at the start of the game. When you choose the... So you start the game with 0 bullets. And when you choose the gun, it automatically gives you 10 bullets. But if you pick up those bullets there, you already have 10 bullets. So then when you pick up the gun... You just lose 10 bullets. Because it doesn't actually add 10 more. So it's kind of funny that they put those bullets there when they don't do anything. Yeah, I mean, it's only 10 bullets. It really doesn't matter, but it's just, it's funny that they put that drop there and then it, like, picking up the pistol just nullifies it. Alright. We need to go to Cathedral Ward. They expect you to die at the wolf. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Nice Molotov. Saw cleaver is not a katana. Listen, we're getting there, okay? And getting a katana as fast as you can. And doing as few bosses with the saw cleaver as I can. If there was a way to... If there was a way to, like, go to Forbidden Woods early and then go backwards from Forbidden Woods to the Cathedral Ward, then you would actually be able to do... You'd be able to get Chikage and only 2 weapons. Or two weapons, 2 bosses, I mean. You would only have to kill witches and Logarius, but I think you'd have issues with... Well, actually, no, I think you'd be able to get enough upgrade materials still. We still need 3 more normal bloodstone shards, though. I'm not really sure. I don't know where I should get those. The game is loud. I turned it down a tiny bit. People keep saying that game is fine, yeah. Well, I didn't turn it down by much, so. There is a randomizer that you can do, actually. We were doing, like, permadeath Bloodborne randomizer before. It was fun. The game doesn't really have, like... It's not as good as the other Souls games in terms of variety, though, because there's not that... Like, auto-equip wouldn't really... I mean, I guess you could do auto-equip, but... it'd be kind of scuffed. Not really that many different, like, weapons, and armor doesn't really affect you. gosh. I think we'll get enough twin shards for the Chikage, hopefully. Actually, don't know. There's this guy, which I think is... That's 2. Oh, no, we should have enough, I think. Need 4 more. Holy shit, ladies, chill. Alright, we got enough twin shards. We just need 3 bloodstone shards. Not sure where I'm gonna get those, though. No way. Is this the katana? You guys are fucking driving me crazy with this shit, alright? I'm getting the katana. Alright, off we go. One more boss, guys, and we have the katana. Do I have 50k souls to buy it? Well, after we kill Logarius, we will. I don't want to get the Executioner armor up here. Looks pretty nice. We could have cheated in the katana, but I don't know. I just kind of like doing it legit. I like to just get them the way it's intended. I don't know. Call me crazy. But that's what I prefer. Like you haven't been using skips? Yeah, but I'm using skips so I can use the weapon for longer. Alright, we're gonna sell a bunch of this shit that we picked up. We could sell these eyeballs, the rider polish, Evelyn, the doll clothes, graveguard clothes, and the knight's clothes. Gonna put on our good gems. Plus 56 damage.
Well, what? Very well.
We're gonna get 25 skill. I don't know, I probably shouldn't go like split damage for this, but I kind of might do it anyways. I'm gonna get some HP just so Logarius doesn't shit on me. Thing is, I'm not sure where I should get the rest of my bloodstone shards. I think there's a few more we can get in Old Yarnum. Hey, Broadmoor, thank you for the 47 months, by the way. Thank you, man. Alright, guys, Katana is imminent. Assuming I don't die here. Katana time and 10 bosses left. How many bosses are there total in Bloodborne? This is the 4th boss of the run. I think there's like 20, right? 20 something. I actually don't know the total off the top of my head. Alright, chill, bro. Dude, how am I not hitting this? Time for the katana. But first, true. First, we gotta say hi to the queen.
Subjects, kneel afore us or get thee gone. Visitor, I am ruler of the vile bloods and sworn enemy of the church. Yet our people, what is it thou? Well, well, an odd hunter thou art indeed. We've tired share in our plight. If thou would, I prithee, partake of my rotted blood. Very well, drink deep of our blood. Feel the spreading corruption burn. Now, thou art too a vile blood. We too. The very last on this earth.
Thank you.
We await thy return for the... How sad this is. If only our life was so easily forfeit.
Oh wow. I did so much more damage with my poison knives. I wonder why. Because my blood tinge is leveled up, I guess. They scale with... Alright, let's get out of here. Hey, Dara. I make you sick? Why? Alright, we got our Chikage. We just need a few bloodstone shards. There's a few more over this way, I believe, that we can get. I can't remember. Is this bloodstone shard? No. I know there's some more. I know for sure there's some over this way. I think it's only like 1 or 2, maybe. Yeah, you can do like an attack when you sheath the weapon. Alright, here we go. +7 Chikage.
Welcome. What? Very well. Farewell.
We should probably just pump decks, but kind of want to use both forms. Yeah, I know, Kip. That's the only thing that's awkward about this weapon. Probably should have sent the elevator up, but we're not gonna die to the shadows. Surely. Oh, thought I was gonna get fucking fried there. I could go for some chicken right now. Could try to go for this skip. I don't know if it's... I think it works on 60 FPS, but it's a bit harder. Oh, first try. Let's go. Oh my god, I almost just died there. Oh, come on. Oh, that's so bad. That is so bad. Fuck. Bro, you just one-shot me there? Dude, that he did the double jump attack. It's crazy. I think the emulator might have it might have crashed. That attack from the spiders is just absurd. Yeah, the damage on, like, even though we have a +7 Chikage, and I mean, if I had pumped Dex, maybe the damage would be good enough. I still think there should be a... Oh wait, when you start the fight, do you even need the key? You might not. Forgot that's the thing. Just use the fog gate to go through the door. Enough. Gee, it might still be low enough where I can... Yeah, this is good. That's not good. You know what? I'll take that. Where are my souls? Oh, there they are. my ruins, my blood echoes, my souls. You know. You know. Should we do the ghost town Yahar Ghul glitch? Dude, the last time we did it, it was kind of rough because there's like another, if you do this glitch, you have to do another glitch to I guess we could do it. Although, you know what, hold on. Before we do it, I want to go down. I think on 60 FPS the skip is harder. Yeah, it definitely seems like way more jank on 60. Nah, this isn't Rust. The skip is not hard. Whatever, it's fine. We'll get enough chunks in the other areas. Actually, you know what? We can just... We'll just go through Yahar Ghul normally, and then I'll do one Reborn, and I can show you the glitch afterwards. Just so I don't have to do the fucking death cam, because the death cam is kind of fucking annoying. I think that's better. Although then I don't get the double moon in the Reborn fight, so maybe I should do it. Do I need to buy more blood vials? I actually do. Alright. Sorry, I'm spacing out. I need to go to Cathedral Ward. Alright, we're gonna go kill Amelia now. Which is going to, break the game a little bit. Goodbye, Amelia.
I've come to bid you farewell.
Oh, I know. You think now to betray me.
No, but you will never listen. I tell you, I will not forget our adage.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open.
Fear the old blood. I must take my leave.
By the gods, fear it, Lawrence.
Alright, so yeah, since we did Amelia now, we have progressed the world state of the game backwards. Which means... when we go to Yahar Ghul now, it's gonna be different. It's a bug. And because of this bug, we're gonna have to do another bug, which might actually be kind of annoying. So yeah, now we are in Yahar Ghul, pre-Blood Moon. So everybody is gone now. Cause yeah, you're not supposed to be able to get into Yahar Ghul at this point, at least not the upper part of Yahar Ghul. Where's everyone going? Bingo. But yeah, because of this, well, you can't see it right now, but that gate is closed on the pathway to One Reborn, and the elevator is disabled now. Which means we have to do a skip, which the last time we did this took forever. I don't actually remember. I remember I found like a good setup for this before. That was like really easy. We might be here for a little bit. That is not the setup, no. We need to trigger a death cam so we can get through the gate that is blocking the way. The thing is, there's like a really easy setup for this on 30 FPS, but on 60 FPS it's like different. That's the problem. We don't want to... I don't remember what my setup was though. I had something that like, because I remember the last time when we played Bloodborne in the New Year's marathon, I think it was, we got stuck here for a while, but then I found like a good way of doing it that was really easy, but I don't remember. Oh wait, I found my Bloodborne VOD. Hold on, let's see. I'm just gonna watch this because it'll be faster. Okay. Doing my famous song. Yeah. Show you. I'll show you in game, bro. That was close. Yeah, this glitch is... I would not recommend doing this on a casual playthrough. Oh, wow, that was good. That was close to time there. Come on, man. Oh. Trying to copy the setup I used in my VOD, but it's so close, but oh, the skip sucks, man. If, you know, maybe I could go 30 I could restart the game and go 30 FPS. So I think on 30 FPS there's like an easy setup, but that's the problem. I don't remember what the setup is on 30 FPS either. I think on 30 FPS you can just roll off the ledge or something like that. Well, bear with me, guys. I had a feeling this might happen if I go for this, but whatever. I gotta show off the stupid, useless glitch. That looks good. Oh, nice. Okay. Alright, so yeah, now we are on the other side of the gate. And yeah, nope. Nobody is here. Luckily, the items are still here, though. Oh, you know, I didn't know that the... Yeah, I guess the teleporter doesn't work. Does it come back to normal? No, it's broken. I'm pretty sure it's just broken forever now. I need to make sure not to die to one reborn, though. Maybe I'll kill the... Might be a good idea to kill the casters. Double moon. Alright, I'm gonna play it safe and kill the casters, because I don't want to have to do that glitch again if I die. Well, that's annoying. Doing like no posture damage. God, the blood form is so weak. Honestly, I probably shouldn't have leveled up blood tinge at all. It's like, it's just so much. Beast Blood pellets are just too fucking OP, man. I really do wish that they added a I really wish they added a pellet for blood damage and for like arcane, or just for all the damage types. I feel like that would have been so nice. Yeah, I guess guns would be pretty OP. The thing is, like, having Beast Blood pellets make any weapon that doesn't do pure physical damage it just makes it worse. Like if you want to, you know, kill bosses quickly, it's just how it is, unfortunately. Yeah, I almost wish there was either no beast blood pellets or pellets for like everything. Because like, yeah, with the Chikage here, it's not really worth leveling Blood Tinge. Because you just do half the damage. Pretty much. Well, yeah, I mean, enemies are weak to fire, but, well, I guess there is, the boom hammer does fire damage. I'm not sure if there's any other weapon that has, like, innate fire damage. You can get fire gems, though. You have the problem of I'm not doing good damage unless you farm pellets. Well, maybe on a first playthrough, but the game gives you more than enough pellets, and then when you make it to Upper Cathedral Ward, you can just buy the pellets. So... I don't know why I went... I mean, I guess this will be nice, having some extra health. We don't really need this, but... I started running there and figured might as well commit. I don't plan on doing Chalice dungeons, no. Chalices are kind of just a pain to go through, guys. And honestly, if... I don't really know... Like, the main issue with Chalice dungeons is that if you're not doing an all achievements playthrough, getting the ritual blood 5s that you need for the final chalice is like the worst part. I enjoyed running all achievements in this game. It's fun. My God. Would be interesting if there was bosses that you could only fight at like high insight. Oh yeah, this one's weird. You have to like jump early. Oh, there we go. At least on 60 FPS. Do blood cocktails work on these enemies? Actually? Seems like it does. Alright. We already did Elden Ring.
Welcome.
This is the last game.
Very well.
This is the last one.
Farewell.
Don't be sad, chat. Just be glad it happened. Okay. My game crashed. That's not great. Hopefully that doesn't happen again.
Some say cosm. Do you hear our prayers? No, we shall not abandon the dream. No one can catch us. No one can stop us now.
Damn, dude. Where's the other guy? Yeah, of course I can't get that off in time. Alright, dude. Fuck you, man. God, this guy is so stupid.
Oh, majestic! A hunter is a hunter even in a dream. But alas, not too fast.
My pellet gonna run out?
As you once did for the vacuous alone.
I don't know if we're gonna be able to hit him with this plunge. It's like impossible on 60 FPS. You just can't. You just can't get far enough. Or maybe it's not impossible, but it's certainly different. Damn, look at that bridge. I don't want to see if I get a good drop. Dude, I took so much frenzy build up from that. Dude, stop fucking destroying me! What the fuck, dude? My goodness. Dude, I've never had them do so much damage continuously. The fact that the frenzy buildup alone can damage you is so stupid. Well, it's stupid because there's no indication that you're taking damage. And it's random as fuck. Like, sometimes you just don't take any damage when the Winter Lantern is clearly just right in front of you, like in line of sight. And then other times you just get fucking destroyed. Alright, plus 10. Basically all gemmed up now. I guess we could go do Cleric Beast. We also still need to get the umbilical cord.
Well. Farewell.
Sure I'm strong enough for Cleric Beast? Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be close. Gaston. Yeah, Gilbert. I was actually drawing a blank on the name too. Do you think an oil urn can kill her?
God, I'm nauseous. Have you felt this? It's progressing. I can see things. I knew it. I'm different. I'm no beast. Oh, God, it feels awful. But it proves that I'm chosen. Don't you see how they writhe inside my head? It's rather rapturous.
I missed. I thought that would finish him. This is just bullying, yeah. Pretty much. By the hand lantern. I thought there was like a... Oh yeah, personal effects. Here we go. Beautiful. Does it reduce your stamina regen? I don't know. I don't really care though. Oh yeah, we get to use the katana on wet nurse soon. This katana is insane for wet nurse, by the way. And the reason being is it has... I don't know if I can show... That, like, skull icon is... I think it's the skull icon. Anyways, the weapon has rapid poison on it. Which is basically like bleed in this game. And it's kind of insane. Okay, that seemed kind of loud. I don't know, it's weird, because I'm looking at, like, the audio levels of the game, and it doesn't seem that bad, but then sometimes it seems like it spikes pretty loud. Oh my god. Gentlemen? Blood attacks are good for the kin, though. We might be able to do the skip here. Come on. You bastard! Well, we can't do the skip anymore. What? No! Maybe I shouldn't have closed that door. Damn, what are the wolves doing? They're dancing. No, the new rando for Bloodborne isn't being worked on at the moment. God, I can't get enough. That was really awkward. Hopefully this is good. Big damage. Goodbye, AB. Wanted me to do it early so it'd be less of a sum. I mean, the thing is, by the time you get to Abriatus, you're gonna have a +7 or +8 weapon. But yeah, I mean, I could have done it like right when I got to Yahar'gul if I wanted, I guess. To make it a bit harder. I mean, honestly, if I want the boss fights to be harder, I should just not use Beast Blood pellets. but I like using my beast blood pellets. Getting an old pile of bones into the ground. Yeah. I'm sorry, Carl. Alright. So this skip is really easy to do, by the way. All you do is you get close to the edge, and then you sit down. And boom. Skip done. Well, you gotta quit out. Oh. Oh. Normally you don't spawn there. Well, normally you spawn in there, but you're like already falling. I don't know why I didn't this time. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Come on, jump. There we go.
Farewell.
Oh shit, you're right. It did crash. Honestly, it's not the weapon that's broken. It's... well... we're using 3 really good gems. And we're using beast blood pellets. That's like the 2 main things that are making our damage so high. Bloodborne doesn't have a bad weapon. The rifle spear is a piece of shit. Fuck that weapon. Yeah, the cost parasite is pretty bad. Alright, guys, get ready for the... Dude, the blood loss on this is gonna be crazy. I don't know if you need to be in the blood mode for it to do rapid poison or not. Yeah, watch the HP bar, chat. Oh, look at that fucking bleed. Let's see, does the bleed still proc if... Oh, that's... How did I not get hit there? We're gonna get a bleed proc soon. Oh! Base game Bloodborne is cakewalk, yeah. At least when you know what you're doing.
Good hunt. Very well.
Alright. We just have DLC left. DLC time. I think. Well, yeah, and the final bosses, obviously.
Cursed fiends, their children too. And their children forever true.
Alright, sorry, I had to go for a sec. I like the Chikage, I just, again, I wish that Beast Blood pellets weren't so OP. Like the blood form, like you can use the blood form where you lose health continuously, and your charge attack drains 20% of your HP and you deal half damage. Or you can use the form that doesn't drain your health and does double damage. It's the same thing with like Logarius wheel, The Logarius wheel is such a cool weapon with... Dude, it's a shame that we never got anything like the Logarius wheel in Elden Ring. You, like, spin up the wheel. My game is kind of... a little choppy there for a moment. Yeah, the wheel is really cool. It's just using the special form is also just kind of like worse. Maybe trick weapons will make a return in like in a new game. Maybe we'll see on Friday for the Summer Games Fest, eh? Copium. Holy shit. Guild Wars 3, is that actually happening?
Please help us. An silent beast. The great terror looms. Weakness is coming. Have mercy. Have mercy upon us.
Let's see if we could save the NPC in the arena. Oh, the game crashed. Bro, I haven't had it crash this much on emulator before. Sakes, man. God damn it. Fuck, I didn't mean to skip it. I'm sorry. Alright, fine, I will reset. The thing is, I don't know if the cutscene... Only thing is... One sec. I think... Hold on, I need to download the cutscene fix. Seems like it works.
You were at my side all along. My true mentor, my guiding moonlight.
That attack is so bullshit. Oopsies. Not good enough. No horse noises? Yeah, I know. The moment I smacked him, I just realized what I had done. Oh yeah, did the NPC survive? Honestly, with how much time we were spending, like, fucking around, oh no, he actually is alive. Yeah, he's just an NPC that's in the fight. If he dies, he's dead forever, though. And Ludwig can kill him. $60 FPS makes the game easier. I don't know if I would agree with that. I feel like it's kind of the same. Certainly smoother, though. What the? Is it easier because there's more frames for inputs? That's not how it works. I'm addicted to blue elixir. I do like my blue elixir. Enemies do like to scream in this game, that is true. Goodbye, rat. Oh my god. I thought I was gonna fall there. What the? Oh. Oh my god. Come on, spawn me more. Be cool if you could rapid poison them. Honestly, I have no idea what bosses are actually weak to rapid poison. I wanted to try to do like a rapid poison run, but I just think rapid poison is like, some stuff is just doesn't like work.
Farewell. Gammon away. Very well. Farewell.
First person gun only run. I did a first person run in this game. It was kind of jank. There's like a mod somebody made, and I did this on console as well, but there's a mod somebody made that makes it so when you equip the like hand telescope or whatever it's called, you like go into first person. The monocular, yeah, that's the one.
A corpse should be left well alone.
Do BL4 threaded cane. I think I used the cane in my in a BL4 run at one point.
Oh, I know very well how the secrets beckon so sweetly. Only an honest death will kill you now. Eliminate you from your wild curiosity.
Alright, chill. I thought I could get that R1 off in time. God, she's dodging away so much. She needs more HP. Beast blood pellets just are OP, man. I'll say it a million fucking times. Beast blood pellets are just so OP. I remember, so when Bloodborne came out, I remember I was I finished my playthrough of the game, and I was just thinking to myself, because I had speedrun Dark Souls 2 at that point, and I remember saying to chat, and just thinking to myself, that, like, this speedrun is gonna be brutal, because we don't do enough damage, where we can, like, kill stuff, and, like, script boss fights in any way. Like, it's the boss fights are just gonna take forever. And then I saw somebody use a beast blood pellet and the fire paper on Amelia, and they killed her. Like they just spammed R1 and Amelia just died, just like flopped over. Oh, I'm getting fucked. I should have used a blue elixir there, actually. Nice. Cheating in every game. Mm-hmm. Dude, skips are so much fun, man. Getting the shortcut. I kind of want to get my blood vials back up. I mean, the fight's probably gonna be fine, but... Oh yeah, now that we killed Maria... buy her armor. You can also sell it for like 100,000 blood echoes.
Very well. Farewell.
Did I change the in-game volume up? No, it's been the same basically the whole time. It's my first playthrough on YouTube for Bloodborne? No. I don't know if... I think my Bloodborne playthrough is lost. Unfortunately. The thing is, back then I was just streaming as a hobby and I didn't really... I don't know. Like when Bloodborne came out, I'm pretty sure I only had a few hundred viewers. I stream, which is still good, of course, don't get me wrong. Just wasn't like as worried about preserving my playthroughs and whatnot. Oh my god. Bruh. It's not going great. I'm getting absolutely shit on. Bro, stop spamming. Why aren't you following up? Oh no. Oh no. Dude, I can't. Fuck. I'm getting shit on. I'm getting so unbelievably shit on right now. Damn, chill, dude! It's fucking going crazy. Totally clean gameplay. Thank you. Orphan Phase 2 still scares me, man. Like, if you honestly, I think parrying him in Phase 2 is pretty good. Like, if you keep your distance and you just go for like parries, I think it's probably the safest way.
A bottomless sea.
Or just keep your distance and only punish the attacks that you're like comfortable with. But
Can be.
Yeah, the 5-hit slam is the easiest one to backstab, but even then, sometimes he starts it when you're in like an awkward position.
Very well. Farewell.
Alright, well, we're almost done with Bloodborne, chat. This is looking like a 3-hour run. Bloodborne is quite short, at least. Yeah, we have all the umbilical cords. Played Night Rain? No. I'm okay. Well, I downloaded the cutscene fix, so I think the Lawrence cutscene should be fine now. It takes so long to like get to the bosses, and that seems like it's fine. It takes so long to get to the bosses in Night Rain. Like, if you want to do all 8 bosses, you're looking at a, like, I mean, I don't know, how long is each run of Night Rain? 30 minutes or something? It's like a 4-hour run at least. And that's assuming you first try every boss. Probably more like 5 hours. Oh, what the? isn't any good way of like building up meter with this weapon. I guess just like spam R2. Almost just threw. Oh, my face is itchy. It's actually like insane how easily you can basically dodge almost everything this guy does. Well, almost everything he does just by like walking to the left. Not completely, but for the most part. This attack you cannot sidestep, and then a lot of the time when you dodge to the left, you like hit the lava. I guess if you like backed up before he did the attack, that would help. Oh my god. He's got me pinned in the fucking corner, bro. Chill. Oops. Just chugging my blood vials. Struggle with that guy the first time. He does a lot of fucking damage, and if you don't like, if you try to like roll away from him, he can combo you so easily. He's a lot easier when you stay close to him.
Dear, oh dear. What was it? The hunt? The blood? Or the horrible dream? Oh, it doesn't matter.
Garmin. Fuck. Well, I don't know. It's weird. The last time messed, like we played with the emulator, I didn't really have too many crashes or anything. The katana's the cause? I don't think so.
Dear, oh dear. What was it? The hunt? The blood? Or the horrible dream? Oh, it doesn't matter. It always comes down to the hunter's helper to clean up after these sorts of messes. Tonight, Gammon joins the hunt.
Wonder if I can rapid poison him. And that attack is so bullshit. Fighting Gehrman without parries is actually just so toxic. Man, the riposte damage with high skill is so crazy. Surely I didn't fuck this one up this time. I'm pretty sure we have moon presence. Have I tried the Elden Vins mod? No, people are telling me about it though. It looks cool. No, we're not doing chalices on this run. Maybe I'll do like a Bloodborne all achievements run or something in the future. Do the chalices, but... Can't be bothered with the chalices right now. Bro, I'm dead. Can you cheat and summon the items needed for the chalice dungeons? Yeah, I mean, there's mods you could use, I'm sure, to make it less annoying, but I'm not doing the chalices, man. Oh my god, I'm getting shit on. Woohoo! Moon Presence is fucking annoying, man. He like constantly just jumps around. Alright. Yo, basically 3 hours on the dot.
Are you cold?
What's next? I don't know.
Oh, good hunter.
Lobos and I were talking about playing this like Valheim mod, or at least checking it out. Yeah, Summer Games Fest on Friday. So yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do tomorrow. Maybe I might take the day off tomorrow potentially, but we'll see. I've been streaming a lot lately. Where's the credits, man? Did it fucking crash? Did it crash again?